Hey guys, welcome to the stream. This is Arriagada coming to you live from Sonix Bar Grill. We're here at 423 McMillan Ave, and we're here for day 2 of the Manitoba Barbox Championships. It is a $5,000 event running from January 12th to the 14th. It started last night and it's going to end tomorrow. Lots of great competition coming from this event, and we're now into the B side of the bracket. This is a B-side matchup between Sean Jamieson and Andrew MAINZ. Andrew MAINZ is at the table. They're both racing to 6 right now, and this is the very first rack, so let's get right to it. Fairly open table available here for Andrew MAINZ. I'll take a few minutes to get into the room and to interact with everyone and to keep up with the match a little bit, because I'm going to be sharing the stream. The very beginning of the stream, I always spend a little bit of time sharing it out. I used to be more reserved on the way that I used to work, and I didn't stream or share the events with a lot of different pages before, but lately I've been doing it more because there's been some really great competition, and I've been fortunate to cover a lot of great events. So I've been sharing it out to different pages, pool pages, where more pool players have a chance to come in and watch some of these great matches that we get on the stream. And so that's why it kind of slow at first. I know people interact with me and then like they wait a few minutes and no reply, and they wait a few more minutes and no reply. And usually that's because I'm sharing. And the way Facebook is built up right now is if you share and you have the page open, it shows you all the pages you shared at. But if you close that share page and you reopen it, it doesn't show you which ones you shared it on. So then I got to keep it open, which limits how quick I can get into the room to check out the chats, if there are any. We're now officially into day 2 of the Manitoba Barbox Championships. Both these players should have a Fargo rating too, so I'm going to look up their Fargo rating as soon as I get a chance, and I'll include it on the stream, on the scoreboard. Almost at the finish line. Andrew MAINZ will start off on a good note, taking the first rack of this matchup. That was on his break too, so that's a bonus. He was able to defend his break. Sean Jamieson will get a chance to break here in rack number 2. Here are the rules for the Manitoba Barbox Championships. They're playing 8-ball elimination, alternate breaks, cue ball fouls only, and VNEA rules. Redraw for the last 32 players. When you're looking at the races for the Manitoba Barbox Championships, it is a handicapped staggered entry and a handicap race event. So the highest level players go to 7, second highest go to 6, third highest, which is the Vegas and cash, they go to 5 or race to 5. And the cash 3 and unders, which are roughly about, I'll say like 350 and under, 370, no, about 400 and under, they're racing to 4. This table's a bit funny on how it sits, but it plays really well. It's just that spot where you rack. It's kind of funny. You don't want to go too far ahead because it changes the break dynamics. You don't want to go too far back, so you want to be as close to the spot as possible because that's the way we train for a break. So if you're moving the rack up or down, it's going to change the dynamics a little bit, and you may come up dry. Or then again, you might come up with a couple extra balls than usual on the break. Having a tough time to get that rack to settle. It can actually become a little bit overwhelming and stressful, especially when you're on the TV table, because you're kind of like, well, everybody's watching me rack right now, you know, taking forever to rack. So it can kind of get to you. I went through that yesterday when I was playing against Junior. Best advice I got for you is just be patient. The break is probably the most important part of the game once you know how to play. So you should be patient with it until you find the right rack, until it settles the way that you want it to settle. Moving into rack number 2 of this matchup. Sean Jamieson to break. Lets it go, and he's going to make a couple of balls off the break. Cue ball control is going to be pretty good, too. He's not quite at the middle of the table, but he's at the middle of the table right now. He's got a nice little starting point. I didn't get a chance to warm up. So one of the things about this event that makes it tough to play in is, first of all, the players are really good. Lots of great competition. But second of all, very tough to find a table to warm up on, and almost an inconvenience to warm up when you get called up to the table for a match. So, but both players will take a couple of minutes to warm up usually, and kind of a courtesy, right? Unspoken courtesy. Good position here. Needs to find a stun angle or an angle to get across to the left side of the table for the 15 ball. That could be the finishing shot, and I feel like it should be. Only because of the way the table's laid out. Like if he plays this shot, he can maybe get over for that 15 ball. Then from there, come down for the 9. It's gonna come right down. I have a bit of an awkward shot on the 9 ball now. Oh, actually, it's not that bad. This is an okay shot. It's just a little bit more challenging when you're trying to get shape over to the left side for the 15 ball, but you should be able to come over to the left. I think what he's got to be careful here is that he doesn't end up in a line on the 15 where he's running the cue ball into the 7, because that may not give him the finish.
This was the shot of the day.
I missed it.
Or the one just rocked. Any other place on the table?
I remember seeing that, but I didn't see the shot. What did he do? He did a kick shot?
He called it.
Oh, careful, careful, careful. You move.
He's not kicked the camera. He sets it up well.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful shot. Wow.
Oh my god. Very good. That's how I lost.
I'm going to make it that nobody comes up here no more because I keep moving my tripod. It looks bad when they move it, and it looks really bad when I have to adjust it. Not cool, man. I should be used to this by now. I've been doing this since 2018, minus the 2 years of COVID that nobody wants to talk about. It's like an era of human society that nobody wants to talk about. But yeah, those 2 years, minus those 2 years. And I guess everybody's been knocking tripods over since the beginning of time for me. And I do my best to set up the tripods in a way where nobody's gonna be able to knock them over or trip into them. But it seems like a mission impossible situation for me every time I come out to stream. There's always somebody that ends up walking into the camera or into the tripod. Not necessarily a do or die situation, but it kind of feels like it for him, I'm sure. Especially with the layout of the table, his opponent is playing okay for the first rack. If you give him a chance at this table, he should be able to figure out this table too, which will build up his confidence. So there's a little bit of pressure here to make sure that he comes up with a good shot or at least a very good leave. This guy was just showing me the highlight a shot between him and John Trepanier, and I missed it. It's going to be a foul. He's going to turn the table over with the ball in hand. Opens up the April right away. Wide open table now. Very good player, this guy, too. Both these guys are at the same level as me as SVs. But this guy's a good player. Used to own 2 tables at home. I'm not sure if they own 2 anymore or if they left it behind when they sold their home. But they had a 9-foot and they had a 7-foot, a 9-foot and a 7-foot diamond table. The 9-footer, I don't remember what the brand was, but it wasn't a diamond. Just trying to hold position for the 5 ball. Cue ball's going to go up quite a bit. He can still make this 5, but now he's got to run to that 4 ball intentionally. Choking on air. No, he's going to miss that 5 ball. But only because he was trying to move that 4 ball over to have a follow-up. So a lucky break here for Sean Jamieson. He'll have a chance to be able to defend his break. All he's got to do is make the 15 and then get position on the 8 ball. It sounds easy, but it never is when you're playing on the TV table. He'll get that win, and he keeps the match even at 1. It's alternate breaks, so Sean just broke on the last one. It's Andrew Main's turn to break on this one. Choking on air. I don't know what's up with that. Almost done sharing, but I'll go check out on my computer here to see if there's any comments. Looks like YouTube is chill and quiet right now, so that's all right. They're, an interesting bunch on YouTube. They come there to watch, but they don't want to interact. Only a handful of them do. But I appreciate you guys tuning in, so it doesn't matter to me. All right, let's check out Facebook. Looks like there's only one comment on Facebook. It says, hey, Rod, thanks for the stream. Did you win your last match? Yeah, I was fortunate to win my last match. My opponent started off with a 2-0 lead. Felt really dumb at the beginning, too, because I gave him some great chances to be able to get those 2 games. And then after that, I kind of settled in, and then I ended up winning 6 straight to win 6-2. And I finally felt like I was getting into momentum, and I haven't played since then, so who knows what I'm going to play next, and I'm going to have to find momentum all over again. This is the problem with this event for myself, is that it demands a lot from you as a pool player, and if you're not a guy that's playing all the time or a girl that's playing all the time, you may not be ready for it. And I feel like that's my situation where I'm not quite ready for it. But this event kind of got me training a little bit, and for the first time in a long time, I found myself working on specific shots, which tells me that I'm trying to get better. In my mind, I'm starting to prepare myself for a deep run into training, which is what I'm going to have to do, because I'm going to be switching over to the snooker table. I need to find my stroke and I need to find my focus, and the only way to find those is through snooker. So that's where my training's going to go next, starting this next week coming up. Makes a good shot, has a shot on the 11 ball. It's a big bounce to get set up for the 12 ball. He's going to find the perfect window. At least it looks like it from this angle. And from this angle, it looks like it's makeable, but a tight squeeze. Makes it no problem, though. And he needed to set up for the 14 ball there to the side to make it easier, but he still has a shot to the corner. He can get back for the 14. 14 can be the finish ball. It's going to hit that perfectly to avoid having to shoot over the ball. Quick little poke draw here for the 8 ball. He's going to stop it instead, and that's okay too. Lots of room in that pocket for the 8 ball to go in. Don't have to be perfect on it. He'll take the lead in the match, 2-1. And Sean Jameis is going to have to do what he just did on the last time that he broke. Just do his best to defend his rack. As long as you're defending your racks, you're never in trouble. But when you're losing your racks and you're not gaining momentum on your opponent's racks, you're usually going to end up losing pretty bad. It was kind of crucial here to keep up the pace and just to win this rack. You can afford a 1 or 2 game deficit, but that's usually as far as it goes for deficits for most players at our level.
Trying to wake up. I got to play pool too, man. What's that? No, yeah, no. Obviously, it's pretty hard, man. A lot of them. Notice how he drew a circle around you, Gary?
All right. Moving into rack number 4. Oh, man, he's going to pop the cue ball into the side pocket, and this is a nice spread. A little bit of work, though, so he might get him a chance. But that was a nice little spread. All right, I think I'm done sharing.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Has he got a bar cue? Yeah, I think he's just using a bar cue for breaking, though. Or is he using a bar cue to play? That'd be kind of different. But yeah, he's got a bar cue, man. Lance Neal says, saw last 3, clean. Matt Zimmerman, how you doing? Says, hey, Rod, thanks for the stream. Did you win your last match? Oh, yeah, that was a little bit earlier. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Noreen Goss, welcome to the stream. Dennis Heshka, welcome to the stream. Mike Arrow, welcome to the stream. What's up, Terry Boyle, Tracy Bernard, Al Doust, welcome everyone. Thanks for tuning in. We're in day 2, part 2 of the stream here at the Manitoba Barbox Championships. A pretty good showdown here on the B side. It's going to get a little bit unlucky there on the position, though. Oh, yeah, I was going to look at their Fargo rates, too, so I'll do that right now. Noreen says, hey, how you doing, Noreen? Fargo rates are up. A 576 Fargo rate for Sean Jamieson. A 609 Fargo rate for Andrew MAINZ. And that's 30-point difference, so 33-point difference. They're about right on the race. Race to 6. How you doing, Doug? I just seen your comment on my Facebook Messenger. Hopefully it's not a spam. So first thing was how you do? Happy New Year. How you doing? And so I said, I'm good, Doug. How are you? Now, if he's a spammer, right off the hop, he's gonna be like, hey, did you hear about, and then I know it's a spammer. But if he just replies, hey, I'm doing good, man. What's up? Something like that, then I know it's a regular person. We'll see what he replies. But almost every single one of those spammers that tries to add you on Facebook, as soon as you say hi back, they're like, hey, have you heard about whatever kind of prize thing that happened? You're entitled to $10,000 or whatever. And I don't know. I've never really trusted any emails or messages like that. So I don't usually go through the process of like responding. I usually say, okay, well, I'm blocking you. Have a good day. I wonder how many millions I turned down that were actually millions coming my way. Probably none though, but if there was, I'm going to regret that because I could have used the money back then. Lance Neal says, get aggressive, have fun. So I went to train not last night, but the night before for a little bit, and I played a matchup against this good friend named Leo. And I said to him, like, we're just going to go race to 9, race to the top, winter breaks. I was just trying to get a good practice session in. And then I guess I wasn't doing very good at the beginning, so I was feeling a little bit stressed out. But instead of like giving into it, I decided to just chill and just understand that my chances were going to come eventually. I just had to be better at them. And so whatever, I changed my mindset. But he says to me, like, it's okay, man, just relax, we're having fun, and I'm like, I'm not having fun. I'm not trying to have fun. So I'm trying to play to win, man. He just looks at me like, what? I'm like, yeah, man, like, I don't know. I'm playing in this event this weekend. I want to make sure that I'm good to go. So like I'm here to run racks and do my best. And so like I kind of changed the momentum in the match because he was having a good time relaxing. Suddenly he realized that he was in a convincing battle where this player is like taking things seriously because he's trying to train, right? And so it made him step up his game. Then it's kind of a back and forth, but we ended up going hill. I won on the hill at the end. That was my only real training that I had before coming out here to play. Well, obviously it wasn't enough. Crystal Gent, how you doing? Merlin Wandiska, welcome to the stream. Dale Lorenzen, how you doing? Kenneth Nelson, Dominic Datillo, welcome to the stream. Jerry Wayne Alman, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. I think I'm supposed to be playing my match now. I don't know. I see my opponent playing at a table across from here. I'll find out. I don't know. Like, I guess I can just look up my name to see if they call me up on CompuSport. Hopefully not, because I like, taking care of the stream. But my match is set for 3:00. We're now at 3:30 on table 8. So it's not the table that he's on, it's the other table. If I'm fortunate enough to win the match that I'm playing next, I'll have to play Brad White after that. That's going to be a tough battle. I've only played him once and I beat him, and I beat him convincingly too. Like I ran as many tables as I could against him. So I know that he's going to want to settle the score if he plays me again, which is going to make it a tough match for me. But it is what it is. I came here with no expectations. I was trying to get to the top 16. That's all I really wanted to do. And whatever happens, happens, you know. I'll just have to play it out. I mean, first I got to deal with a tough opponent in Tom Walker, who I'm spotting 2 games to. And it was easily a 5. It almost plays up to my speed, actually, but I got to spot him 2 games, and that's going to be a tough match to begin with. But that should get me settled and ready for the next match, which I'm hoping that I'll end up being back-to-back matches so I can finally get into a rhythm, man. Playing one rack yesterday after 5 hours of waiting, coming in to play this morning, and now it's been like 3 hours of waiting. Just, you know, it's hard to get into a rhythm like that. But I understand that the tournament has got a lot of players, and it's tough to get everybody playing on time. And then players are a little bit funny too, right? Because like they're going to be coming up to the table soon, but they'll go for a ride or do whatever, and then it's hard to find them, and then slows down the tournament a little bit. So I try to be understanding of the situation from a tournament director point of view. Oh my God. So Doug, I gotta remove you, man. Like, says Happy New Year, how you doing? I say good, Doug, how are you? Then and I'm telling you, it's always like the very next thing they say. So here's Doug's reply. By the way, if you're friends with Doug DeVore, tell him he's been hacked, or he's been whatever. Somebody's got his account. Glad to hear from you, bud. I can't complain. Everything is going fine. I was just wondering, there's the part. I was just wondering if you are aware of the DHHS, or did anyone contact you? Like, all right. Sorry, Doug. It was nice knowing you, man, for the second that you were around. But you gotta go, man. I don't even want to know who you're working with. I'm out of here, man. So are you. Block on Facebook, absolutely. Block on messages, absolutely. There, we're done blocking you, Doug. Have a nice life. All right, so I gotta figure out who won that game now. I'm having too much fun with Doug here, and it got me distracted. Yeah. Just gotta go back a little bit here. All right, as Andrew Mains, I won that one. Okay, now I know. So it's 3-1. Check out the comments on YouTube. Looks like everybody's waking up over there. Merv Star, how you doing? Says thanks for the stream. Grayson Fraser says thanks for the stream. You're very welcome. Merv Star says good pool players. Yeah, we got a lot of good talent here in this event, and we're going to see more of it coming out throughout the evening and afternoon. AJ Fraser says Sean is rocking a bar cue. Is he though? Is he actually playing with it, or is he playing with a different cue? He's got 2 cues with him. One of them is sitting there and it's a custom cue, and the other one's is a different bar cue. And I'm wondering if the bar cue is just a breaker for him. Then Morph Star says, oh yeah, the bar cue. Just as breaker, I see. Yeah, okay, so that's what it was. Oh, I gotta play my match soon, man, because I'm getting tired. I think it's gonna be a short day for my pool career today because I'm just exhausted, man, and not being able to get into a groove and to get a good feel for my game has been the downfall so far in every match. And I got lucky a little bit on the last match that the opponent gave me some opportunities, but he should have killed me at 4-0. And fortunately for me, I was able to survive. And I say fortunately, but maybe it wasn't fortunate, man. Because I mean, if I would have lost, then I would have been in the second chance tournament. And I think the second chance is probably only like 200, $300 for first, but it's something, right? And now because I won that match, I'm no longer qualified for that. So like I have to survive. But if I can overcome my opponent the first one, and I can try to find a way to overcome a very strong opponent in the second one, then I'll find my way slowly into the tournament. And like I said, no expectations. I'm just gonna shoot my best and make every effort that I can whenever I'm at the table, and the results should play out on their own. All right, so it looks like Tom is coming to get me, so I think we're gonna start a match. You and me now? All right, I gotta go play my game, guys, so no commentary at the moment. I'll put that up there. It's B-side second round, so you guys know. Now I'll do the no commentary at the moment, playing. Let me go crazy, crazy on you. Yeah, I'm going now. All right, I just got yelled at by the boss. He says, time for you to play, man. No time for streaming. Time for going out there to survive. So I shall do that. I will come back and update the scores in between my racks. And yeah, just enjoy the match. It's going to be a good match. I got a feeling this one's going to go to the very end, to the last rack. Something just tells me, but just in case I'm wrong, let's turn on the fire, man. Let's get this match going all the way to the hill. I'll be right back. Well, I'll be back in between. Stephen Ware says, good luck in your match. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. I'm going to need some luck. I'll be back. Yeah, I'll try to clip it later. I missed a highlight earlier too, and I didn't realize. Like, just because I'm playing. There's a way that it's, 4-2. Scoreboard has been updated. I'm down 2-1 right now in my matchup against the 4 who's running tables. Score is 5-3. I'm still playing my match. My opponent was on the hill for a while now, and I just tied up the match at 3. So he's on the hill. I need 3 more to win. Long battle, but I think my time is almost done, so I'll be back soon. All right, I lost my match, so I'm back. Just too tough to beat this guy. He's a 4, man, and the guy can run tables. It's just, I don't understand how a guy that can run tables can be a 4. It doesn't make sense. Just like it doesn't make sense to have a staggered entry and handicap tournament. It just doesn't make sense to me. But it was what it was. He was the better player, and well, I get a chance to do my job now. And at least my focus will be on the stream from now on, and I don't have to worry about bringing my equipment, my pool equipment with me tomorrow. I can just leave it at home. So a couple of upsides, I guess, but I just wanted to have a chance to win, to play, and I don't know. It is what it is. A 4 that can shoot well, and he had luck on his side too. He missed a shot so badly, but he left me nothing, absolutely nothing. And I tried to hit my ball. I didn't hit it ball in hand, even finish it off. Yeah, I got sandbagged for sure, man. I don't understand. Like I guess the reason why they do the handicaps and the staggered entry is to encourage the lower level players to come out, but it's just like it doesn't make it fun for the higher level players. You know, you got to deal with guys that are underranked, and you know, you pay like I think he paid like $40 to play. I paid 90 to play, and I got to give him a 2-game spot. It just doesn't make sense. Nice little finish there from Andrew MAINZ. Goes out with a bang. 6-3, the final score. And I believe that was a B-side match. That means that Sean is going to call it a day as well. My only goal was to make it to the top 16, but like I said, it just wasn't meant for me. I should have just stayed out of the tournament. I'm feeling a little bitter about it right now, too, because of $90 to play, spotting a guy 2 games that can run out every table, and I don't get it. Doesn't make sense to me. But no matter what happens, I got to keep going. So we're just going to keep this going. And we have no matches on the table right now. We're just going to wait till he brings up another match. I stopped the stream last time, but then as soon as I stopped the stream, they sent a match my way. So this time I'm just going to let it run. Very bitter about the way that went. And there's no matches in the background either. The winner of my match had to play against Brad White, and that was probably going to be the end of my run anyway. But, you know, at least then I'm playing even, right? Nobody's spotting anybody. Yeah, that was a B-side match. I just heard Sean confirming that was a B-side match, so he's been eliminated too. I wanted to make it to the top 16, but I think I finished in like 80th. There's 80 players, and I'm pretty sure I finished in 80th. Hug wouldn't fix anything. I'm just not going to play in the event no more. If I come and stream it next year, I'm just going to stream it. I'm not going to play in it. It's the only way I can make things right. Stop being so depressing, says my wife. Well, I just lost a match. What do you expect? I'm upset about the fact that I lost a match against a guy that I'm spotting 2 games against, and he beat me 4-2, I think it was, or 4-3. And he could have beat me 4-1, so yeah, my bad. Feeling a little down right now. All right. It doesn't say where I finished, but I'm pretty sure I finished like at the very end, bottom player. And I should be okay because I haven't trained or really played much, so you know, didn't really expect a whole lot. But I was hoping to at least be able to do decent here. Where's the bracket? I'm trying to find the bracket. Yeah, I finished in 64th. 64th. I barely even played. I think I played 3 matches, so I paid $30 a match to play in the event. Waiting for another match to come up before I can continue. And I see Tim Sinclair I'm wondering if he's the guy that's playing, or maybe he's putting his cues up. He might have lost a match too on the B side. He was playing against somebody and he missed an 8-ball. I'll just be patient and wait. Nothing I can do. And I don't want to stop the stream if I got another match coming right away, because then that's too many streams. I like to keep them kind of close. So 1, 2, or up to 3 streams a day, I think is good. But when you're putting in like 6 or 7 streams a day, like it's harder for people to track matches. Jeff Edwards is playing. Okay, I'm not sure who he's playing against, but at least I know that one of the players is Jeff Edwards, so that gets me a startup. Yeah, and I'm sorry if I sound a little down, man, but honestly, it's just disappointing. The whole event for me was just very disappointing. Jeff Edwards. No idea who he's playing against, but he should be a 6. And we'll see who he plays against here in a minute or two. Get a good match. Right on. I've been waiting for a good match, and we get a good match. I believe it will be a 7-6 race. Somebody pointed that out a little bit earlier. Say, how come you don't put any good matches on the TV table? I said, I don't know. I'm not running the event, so I have no idea. I have no control of who comes up and who doesn't. But apparently I missed a lot of great matches on the A side. And I think this is an A side match. So if it's not, if it's a B side match, trust me, this is going to be a really good match. It should be the 3rd round of the A side, if it is an A side. Pretty sure it is. Gotta find this match. I think the A side is almost done, because if you win 3 rounds on the A side, you make it to the final 32, and then you go into a redraw. So I'm pretty sure that the A side is almost done. This is bracket 3 I'm looking at right now, and it looks like that one is pretty much done. Johnny Baptiste has gone through. That's expected though. Sean Monkman went through. That's also expected. Barry McLean went through, who's also expected to go through. Tim Abbott went through. That was a different one. Wasn't expecting him to go through, but he had a decent... Oh, he had to play against Ryan Solveld, and he beat Ryan. So, yeah, he made his way there through his own efforts. And he had to play against Tim Sinclair to beat him also. A good player, though. So, yeah, I'm not surprised that he made it there. Let's go to the next bracket. It's not letting me find it. My wife says I sound like Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh when I'm talking depressed. It made me laugh. I don't know. It just doesn't. Show me a player that doesn't mind losing, and I'll show you a guy that's never going to get anywhere. Yeah, I'll let you know, Randy. If you're watching the stream, I just seen your message. I'll let you know. Like, losing is a thing that no good player wants to go through, no matter what. But you're okay if you go through, like, you know, an even matchup. You know, there's no spots in between, and you went to the hill. You feel pretty good about that. When there's a spot in between and you end up going to the hill, you kind of feel okay about it, but it still bothers you because you know you have to spot the other guy. When you lose to a guy like I did, 4-3 or 4-2, whatever it was, it just kind of deflates you. So yeah, I sound like you were. Thanks, Sam. Way to lift me up when I'm down. All right, so I still trying to find where these guys are at. I don't know if it's a 3rd round. Eeyore, she says, Eeyore. Makes me laugh. But she's probably right. It didn't sound very nice. That was just a little down, you know. It happens, man. And then CompuSport highlights my match as a loss in red just to throw it in my face. It stands out. Bracket 1. Are these guys bracket 1? All right, so in bracket 1, we have Cecil Houle went through. That's an interesting one. And Matt Zimmerman went through. He beat Billy Thompson, too. That's a big win. Randy Baggett's gone through. Tyler Laquette went through. This might be a B-side match. On the second bracket, we have Tom LaFornia going through. No surprise there. He's been playing really well. Charlene Maines went through, and she actually had a bit of a challenge all the way through. Played Mitch DuPont, played Joe Ducharme, and got out. Good for you, Charlene. Dennis Wong makes it through as well, and bracket number 2. He had to play against Marvin Delaronde, and then he had to play against Zachary Warrington. And then he made it out. It's always easier to get out of your bracket just by winning 3 matches, man. But if you lose, you got to go through a big stretch. And Mike Delgado made it through his bracket. He didn't really have that many tough challenges, though. He played against Brian first, then against Andrew Singleton. So those players are players that Mike's going to dominate. So no surprise there that he made it through the bracket. Champion going into the round of 32. So these guys have to be a bracket 4 matchup. And in bracket 4, we have Larry Hunter went through for the round of 32. You have to play Jeff Edwards, who's on the B side now. And then he had to play Corey Peranto, a tough match, and he got out. John Trepanier, sandbagger, made it through. Calling a sandbagger. He's one of the 4s that shouldn't be a 4, man, in my opinion. He ended up playing against Andy Kempa. Then he played against Trent Pasche on the TV table. That's how he made it out. Kevin Cardinal, no surprise there. He's one of the favorites to go through as well. He had to play against Willard Houle, which was seen on the TV table today. Then we have a matchup against Tom Hamelnick, and he ended up winning that one to put him through to the round of 32. Clint Enns gets on to the round of 32 as well by beating Jeff Martin and beating Jerry DuPont and also Tyler McPherson. So, oh no, wait, that was it. He only beat those 2 players to get through. All right, so now we're on the B side. This is Dill Smith and Jeff Edwards. And I believe they got to win this match plus 1 more to get into the round of 32. And the race is 7-6. All right, now we're all caught up on all that. And on the B side, the potentials here on this bracket, the winner of this match will end up playing against Tom Hamelnick. And the winner of that match will get out. The winner of Matt Cole and Andy Kempa has to play against Jeff Martin. The winner of that will get out. Winner of Willard Houle and Sherry Smoke will have to play against Corey Peranto. And then the winner of that will get out. Bill Penwarden playing against Jerry DuPont. The winner of that plays against Trent Pasche. And the winner of that will get out of the bracket also. So we got some decent matches there in bracket 4. While we're doing this, let me bring in the camera though so we get a little closer. And I'll keep checking out some of these B-side potentials. All right, so we're at the finish line in bracket number 1. They're on the last round of the B-side before the reshuffle. Andrew Maines and Billy Thompson will have a showdown. The winner of that match will go through to the round of 32. Dan Anderson, Kelsey McLean, the winner of that goes to the round of 32. Tyrone DeJarlis and Jamie Bartlett, they go to the round of 32, whoever wins that match. And at the very bottom of bracket 1, we have Jeremy Hansen, who's waiting for the winner of Frank Berg and David Strachan. A couple of great players there at that bottom of that bracket, and the winner of that will go through. So that was 1 and 4. Now we got to check out 2 and 3. On bracket number 2, we're almost at the finish line also. Brian Hastings, Joe Ducharme, the winner of that moves on to the round of 32. Ryan Bartlett, Hui Chung, the winner of that, moves on. Andrew Singleton waiting for an opponent. The winner of Jose Herrera and Darren Mayo plays against Andrew Singleton. And the winner of Greg Sinclair and Zach Warrington will move on to the round of 32. So one more bracket to go here, my bracket. I was almost at the finish line. I needed one more match. The winner of Tom Walker and Brad White will get out. And Jonathan Campo waiting for the winner of Lorinda Crowder and Ryan Soliveld. Is that it? Oh, we got some down here too. Gary McKenzie waiting for the winner of Tracy Shanacapo and Mike Orvis. The winner of their match will end up coming out of the bracket. Kyle Oliver playing against Cornell McLean Jr. Who knocked Jr. to the B side? That's surprising. But Junior's on the B side, and the winner of that will get out. Now I gotta go see who knocked him out. Oh, he lost to his uncle, Barry McLean. Barry getting through on the round of 32. All right, that's the update. Your friendly neighborhood update. Back to the match. Now I need you guys to tell me who won first. Is it the guy that's racking right now, Jeff? Because I missed out on that. I was doing the relating the information to you guys, and I missed out on who won that rank. David Wilson says, I see Billy playing in the back corner table. I think he's just warming up. I think he's just waiting for a match right now, so he's just warming up. Don't be like that, bah, says Howard Nelson. Yeah, I know. I've been called worse than Eeyore, says Brent Bacon Weaving. You know what? Like, honestly, though, I should have just been okay with whatever happened, man. I know I was tired. I didn't really train for this event. I haven't practiced in like 5 years, so it's been, 2018, 2020. Yeah, it's been about 5 years since I trained. So I shouldn't expect more, but I don't know. I guess in my mind, I got a little bit of ego and pride still, and I feel like I'm a good player. And I don't know. I think like getting into the final 32 kind of stands out as a good player, but getting knocked out in the round of 64 just makes you feel like you're average at best. So you got to deal with the reality that, I'm just not that good a player as I think I am. And I can be, but I need to work on it, which I don't really have the time for. But I'm going to try. Getting sick of losing again. Every time I get sick of losing, I start working on my game, and then I eventually come back to the winner's circle. Just a matter of time, that's all. What's up, Dave Olson? David Santiago, bienvenido. Welcome to the stream. Darwin Wanataka says, that's funny. Billy Ricker says, this sounds similar to how a lower player would feel in an even race against a premier player. Stagger pay and handicap is definitely going to bring lower level players out. Yeah, I know. And I'd rather play against the top players, I'd rather it be 16 players of the best players or 32 of the best players than having to deal with handicap. It just kind of takes the air out of you, man, Especially like you say, like you're paying more now. If we're all paying the same amount of money and it's a handicap entry, I'm okay with that because then it didn't matter. But I'm paying twice as much to give a guy a 2-game spot. Just doesn't seem right. And I mean, it's only because I lost. Had I won, it would have been like whatever, right? But I lost and I felt the pinch, man. It is what it is. Darwin Watataka says, at the end of the day, Rod, Arriagada is just a game. You do a good job of what you do. I know. That's a sad reassurance, man, is that, hey, just stick to streaming. You're good at that. I want to be a good player, man. I want to be a good player. Okay, Daryl won that one. Thank you, Gord. So we're up 1-0 right now. And Daryl's at the table. Yeah, it's all good. My rant's over. I'll get over it. But it's a sting, Bracket 4 for this match. Thank you, Jules. I'm checking out the YouTube comments now. I missed a few comments. Torture You says, I play on local leagues with a house queue, have the highest average. Cool, good for you, man. We have some players that are like that. That can grab a queue. Nathan Wood is one of the guys I can think of. One other guy that was from Winnipeg, but I think now he's in BC. Terrence Young. He's another guy that can play with a bar queue. And he'll run people out with a bar queue too, man. I think what it is, if you're used to it, right? If you're playing with a bar cue, all you're doing is you're saving yourself thousands of dollars from buying equipment that, you know, would make you look like a sharp pool player on the table. But the results may not be as good. And if you get used to something that has lots of deflection, like a bar cue, and you're okay with that, then you're fine, man. You're saving money. Jack Schminky says, anyone else screen blurry? Thanks for the stream. For the stream blurry, for the blurry. You gotta just, man, you guys are rough on me today. You gotta just back out from the stream and then go back in, Jay. Every now and then there's a dip in the signal, which is out of my hands. And when the signal dips, it's going to lag out a little bit. If you don't exit the stream and come back in, then it may stay a little blurry. Another thing that you can do, because you're watching on YouTube, is go to the YouTube settings, and then you can change the settings. Sometimes people got it automatic, or they have it on 720p. You can switch it to 1080p, and that will change the quality of your screen. Not my fault, man. But I appreciate the blame. Dave says mine's okay. Sort of hear the buddy next time. Yeah, it is what it is, man. I'm already getting over it. I think if I wasn't streaming, it would be a different story. I would have had lots of time to warm up, to play, but I'm not really going to try to find excuses, because the player that I played against just shouldn't have been a 4. And that is what it is. That's not an excuse. It's a fact. But that's where he's ranked, so he belongs there. Ryan Rudnicki, how you doing? Says, somebody sounds like a sore loser. Yeah, well, you know, you tell me how good it feels when you lose to somebody that's lower ranked but a better player than you. Well, I don't know if he's a better player. I can't really say that. But he's a good player and definitely underranked in my opinion. But it is what it is. And yeah, I guess I am a bit of a sore loser, which is something that I used to work on a long time ago, mentality, how to get over it. And it's something that since I stopped training in 2018, it's kind of come back, and it affects me when I play. It has me almost like giving up on racks at times and discouraged, and it's not a good mentality to have. So obviously lack of training is starting to affect my game quite a bit. But I started training a little bit, you know, it's just tough, you know, streaming, working, running events, and then family, right? I got 3 kids at home, plus 2 other kids away from home. It's just, life is too busy, man. If I wasn't a streamer, I'd be a great pool player. I'll put it that way, because I would just dedicate all my time to playing, to becoming great. And that's where I was in 2018 when I started streaming. I was prior to streaming, I was training and becoming a great player, and I was playing amazing back then. Then I started streaming, and things just kind of went downhill. But it's okay. I can accept it. I'm all right with it. 2-0 for Daryl Smith. Off to a good start here in this matchup. He's racing the 7, so he needs 5 more. Jeff is just looking to get on the scoreboard right now. Dave LaRiviere says, sometimes people have good days. You may have seen him play his best games ever. Nah, man, I watched this guy play like this. He played in a sandbagger event in my tournament, and I went with the handicap that he has. He slaughtered everyone. He absolutely slaughtered everyone. Never lost a match on the A side. And so I know, like, he doesn't belong in that ranking. But he'll miss from time to time, but only because he shoots fast, not because he's a bad player. There's a difference, you know. Ben Lee says, form is temporary, class is permanent, Rod. Thank you. And yes, you know, form is right. And I'm being a little classless right now, I get it. You know, but it's tough to lose, right? And then you got to come back on the stream and talk about it. It's hard. It's hard. And I'll put it this way, like, I don't talk about my wins. I only talk about when I lose. I talk about it because I'm trying to go through the venting process that everybody usually goes through when they lose. When I win, I don't really talk about it. I don't really like try to gloat or anything like that. And I'm okay with, you know, just accepting how things go. But I just felt like that match was uneven, so I kind of bitched about it. So I apologize for that one. Eeyore. I can't believe my wife called me Eeyore, man. What's up with that? And then she wants me to come home tonight. How do they rank players? So this is where the things are weird, right? So they rank these players by the active ranking, which is based on team performance. Now the active ranking is all on CompuSport. So CompuSport now has what's called a CSR, or a CompuSport rating. And that CSR shows the high caliber of player that a player really is. And I'm going to go look at Tom Walker. Let's take a look at his. I got to look right now. That's the guy that I lost to. Yeah, and he's a good friend. He's a bro. So, you know, it's no hard feelings. I told him right at the hop, like, I got to spot you 2 games, man. That's ridiculous. But I had to. All right, let's see what he is. And I'll kind of give you an idea. So he's ranked as a cash 3 player, which is like a 400 and under, basically. Wonder if this will show me his profile. Oh, he's a 1672 CSR, so he's actually where he belongs. I just played that bad, I think. But I mean, he played lights out against me, man. Let me see. I gotta refer to my chart. Chart will tell me right away. Yeah, so he's at a cash 3, cash plus. So now that's where it kind of fluctuates here because they have. Well, I'll show you guys the races after, but cash 3 and under races to 4, cash plus races to 5. So he's like a cash plus. And I think if him and I would have gone 6-5, then it would have been a fair match. But 6-4, it was just too much of a spot. But there's a little bit of a loophole there because according to his CSR, he should be like a cash plus player. And now that's something that kind of happened a little bit too. I think it was in Alberta, was it? I think it was in Alberta where they started doing that. So some guy that's running a league out there decided he's going to start using the CSR to change people around because he's thinking like, well, the CSR is something that we should be using and we have a CSR rating. So might as well start, you know, filtering out all the players that are sandbagging. So he started kind of like changing players around in the middle of the season. And people were just going nuts on that, man. But the fact that people were going nuts about it tells you like how much sandbagging there is. All those sandbaggers that know they're legitimate sandbaggers are going to protect that all the time, right? And they don't want to get bumped up. I don't think that our league is going to end up adjusting by the CSR, but if they did, there'd be a lot of guys that wouldn't be playing lower level for sure. And now the argument for the players usually it's like, well, what if you're just playing with a bunch of people that you know and that aren't very good? You know, it shouldn't matter. But technically, like you don't belong there, and you could be the guy that's the anchor that's helping the team rise up. But I don't know. We'll see how the leagues all decide to do this in the future. All I know is that now with Fargo rate and the CSR included, we're slowly starting to build up data on players, and the sandbagging is going to eventually be controlled, I guess. I want to say eliminated, but I think no matter what happens throughout the years, we're always going to have sandbagging. It's just going to be part of the game. And I think if you come from that background, if you have sandbagging or sandbagger background, you're gonna feel okay, you know, about being a sandbagger. But me, I never got that chance. I played straight up against everyone when I first started playing. There was no handicaps back then. That was just before the handicap era. And in the handicap era, I was already rated too high, so I never got a chance to enjoy the sandbagging. Smart little shot there to make sure that he gets a shot on the 8-ball. He could have tied a stun draw over to the right to get to the bottom left corner, but just coming down for the 8-ball here makes the job a little bit simpler. Doesn't have to worry about scratching. Just make the shot. And he's going to make it. He's on the board. 2-1. And next year I was talking to a few people. I'm thinking about taking a break from streaming and maybe just doing bigger events only, no weeklies. The weeklies just haven't got me anywhere, honestly. Like people get to watch and tune in, but as far as like finances and making a living out of what I do, the weeklies never get me anywhere. And even the big events, I barely really make any money from them. But I'm just going to focus on the bigger events because I want to play again. I don't like losing. I'm too competitive for losing, man. And the only way to change that is by putting some real time on the table. So next year, 2 things I want to do is spend more time with my family, which is number 1. I got a little guy that's 14 months old. He'll be 15 months old soon, and we don't get to see each other that much. He's already growing, saying a lot of words, you know, walking, running. And then my older kids, they're getting older too. They're becoming teenagers almost. So I don't want to, you know, miss out on their precious years, man. So I think I'm going to slow down next year. And hopefully my pool game will pick up because I'll have some time to be able to practice. I want to play snooker too, man. I miss playing snooker, but when you start playing snooker, like you got to put in 5 hours a day, almost every day. And that's just so you can be an average player. I used to put in 8 hours a day, every day, 7 days a week. And even then, like I was still just an average player on the snooker table. But you play on any other table and you're making every shot from everywhere. So it's a nice little transition, especially when you're trying to become a better player. Tom Hoskins says, why is it that this game is so much easier when you watch it opposed to playing it? It's actually not hard to play it, honestly, man. And I guess it depends on the skill level that you have. But I'm a pretty skillful player. You know, I'm only at like a 591 now. I dropped down again from 595 to 592 to 591. But I'm more like I want to say like a 620 caliber when I'm playing. And when I'm on my game, I'm like at a 700 level because my knowledge is 700 plus, but the skill is still at 600. So I gotta, and that's all from lack of training. That's all. But the game isn't as hard to play. I think it's for me, it's harder to watch. You know, unless it's like top notch level players, and I want to watch that all the time because then you can learn from them. Jules Morton says, I believe A-side are finished. Yeah, you're right. All the A-side was done. I just went through the whole scroll on every bracket. It's the B-side matches that are going through now to make it to the final 32. Torchy says, well, maybe it will lower your handicap for next time at least. No, I won't, man. None of these events get rated, so they won't change anything. And that's okay. Like I said, I don't mind. It's a reality. And honestly, like if I would have had a chance to warm up and maybe I played back to back, or if I was able to get any kind of rhythm, then I think I would have been okay in the match. But playing against a guy, spotting him 2 games, and he runs the first 2 tables on you, it kind of deflates your competitive edge, right? And at that point, you're thinking like, I can't even miss against this guy, and like, how am I spotting him 2 games? So it just kind of gets in your head. That's what happened to me. And I'm human, right? I'm gonna have flaws. I'm not perfect. I don't claim to be perfect. And I don't claim to be a good winner or a good loser. I just claim to be a player that, you know, loves the game. But I got to go through the motions like every other player, man. And unfortunately for me, I don't get to walk away and vent. I got to come to the stream and talk about it. So then it sounds a little, you know, unpleasant, I guess. Eeyore. I still can't believe she called me Eeyore, man. But I appreciate the message, love. You got me to stop. Damn it. Eeyore, man. Eeyore. What is up with that? Jules Morton says, that's Daryl one. Okay, so I got some more comments. No, that's it for YouTube. We're caught up on YouTube. Now time to go face the music on Facebook. Yeah, and you're right. Okay, I gotta go back here a couple more. You guys are funny. All right, I gotta go back a few of them here. Well, I used to think I was a good player, Gord. I don't feel like I'm a good player right now. And it's weird because I got a lot of people that like when they watch me play, they just get amazed by the way I play, and a lot of the people that are around here, not the people that watch, but the people that I know as pool players, they look up to me like I'm a good player, right? And I don't know. I think good players just play better, and I didn't play very good. That was a nice little shot to get onto the 8 ball. But I'm an okay player. I'm above average anyway, and if I put some work on the table, I'll become better, which I plan to do. Sean Telbin, how you doing, man? Says nothing hits like a one piece or barbecue. Then Sean says I use wall cues now and then. They do everything I need. them too. All right, so that was they were winning again, 3-1. Yeah, I think it's all about deflection then, right? So if you play with, say, like a maple shaft on your cue, then grabbing a bar cue won't really make a difference. So you'll feel the same way. But if you play with a layered tip on a maple cue, then you're gonna feel a little bit of difference because usually, like most bar cues, have an Elk Master or a Le Pro tip, which are the cheapest kind of tips you can get on. They're not very responsive. And they add a lot of deflection to the shot. Another thing too is if you're used to playing with low deflection shaft and then you switched over to a bar cue, you'll be able to make some straight-in shots, but you'll have a tough time making some crucial cuts. And that's only because you're used to the low deflection already. I'm actually impressed with the players that only play with bar cues and I can run tables, man. I think they're like the real heroes in the game because you watch them play against guys that have like $3,000 worth of equipment, $5,000 worth of equipment. This guy grabs a cheap $20 cue off the wall and he just beats them. He uses it like a club and he just knocks them out. I truly, truly, truly appreciate players though that can play with a bar cue. It's a true skill, man. I have my old cue from back in the day when I first started playing, and it was a maple cue, maple shaft, with a 13 millimeter tip, believe it or not. I play with an 11.75 now, so I'm really finessed with my cue ball control. I can't see myself playing with a 13 millimeter anymore. And you can tell the difference. Maybe I'm not at first, but if you switch and you switch back, you can tell. Reagan, Hoko, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Brent Kalnitsky, how you doing, man? Brent Weaven says, well, your commentating is smooth like butter. Go get him next time. Yeah, that's all right. I'll be okay. I'll be playing next week. And honestly, like I only had 5 hours of sleep last night, so it was tough. And that's me going home straight to sleep. I only had 5 hours and I woke up once in between. So like I didn't really have good rest. It's okay. Different day, different dollar, different stroke, right? I'll be okay. I'm already over the loss. It's no big deal. I think honestly, if I would have kept winning, it would have made it harder for me to play because I would have been dropping the stream. And I wanted to make sure that I did a good job in the stream. It's like my pool game. I take a lot of pride in the work that I do when it comes to streaming, and you know I feel like I haven't lived up to par so far. So this is good. It's going to give me a chance to kind of finish on a good note. There's Terrence Young. He says, do both Cash Plus and Vegas level play as a 5? Yes, they do. But Cash Plus and Vegas are technically the same, man. They're not much different. The only reason they're different is because the league decided to create another division, which allowed for some players that are just a little bit less talented than the Vegas players to go into and then have their own little world. But that's what the league is supposed to do, right? They're supposed to separate the divisions and let the players have more of a chance to be able to compete against players their own skill. I like that comment from Darwin Watataka though, and I mean this is the way that I usually think, man. I just losing to a 4, like I said, that can play well. It just kind of rattled me, and I don't know. It's been a weird event for me. I'm not trying to complain, but like I didn't play last night. The matches started at 7 o'clock or 6:30 or something like they started. I didn't play my match till almost midnight. And then this morning I played one match when I first came in, but then I had to wait 4 hours to play the next one. And it's just, I don't know. You can't get into a groove that way, But the comment that he said is to be a good player is not only learn to win, it's to learn to lose, to make you work harder. That's right, and you're correct. I think like if you think you're the best, you're never going to be the best because you're not looking for that extra work to make you better. In my case, like I thought I was going to be doing really good with one day of training. I try to train for the last 3 days, but life is too busy, a lot of interruptions, and I just never got a chance. And then as soon as I get to the hangar to practice, like anybody that sees me, hey, you want to play? And I don't say no, so I was like, yeah, okay, I'll play, which takes away from my training. But so I figure with one good day of training, I'll be okay. And obviously I wasn't. I did look good last night though against Junior, but you don't really miss against players like Junior. So I think I was more or less just playing into form like I was supposed to in that match. This match today, I think I could have had a chance to win, but I got overwhelmed from the first 2 racks being down, and I couldn't get over it. What's up, Jeff Villanueva? Tanya Hoffman, welcome to the stream. Brent says, my favorite pool saying I have ever heard during a tournament while watching a match. And guy says, I've never lost a match from back here. So true. Yeah, that's me too. I never lose a match. I never miss a shot from the stream perspective. But the reality is when you play pool, man, things change. And this is another thing too, which kind of makes me feel a little bit, down too, is the fact that I never play on valley tables because they're so forgiving. I just don't like them. So I just play on diamonds all the time as much as I can. And if I can't play on diamond, then I'd rather play on a snooker table. So you're thinking that, maybe because you can cheat the pockets are more forgiving, that you would have an easier go at the table. That wasn't the case for me. And that kind of affected me a little bit too, because I thought like I would be able to cheat the pockets and work my way around these tables a little bit better than I did. It's all just a reality for me, just to realize that I got to get out there and work on my game, like Darwin says. Ryan Holiday, how you doing? So I understand why someone that knows they're very good wants to go take a bunch of money from people of lesser ability. How does that make a person feel like they accomplished something? Well, it's the flip of the coin, man. It's the other way around too. Like, how do you feel good about having a big spot and paying less and then winning the tournament, right? It's just the way it is. But I think like your statement is a good statement, but I don't think it's necessarily true. I think that everybody thinks they're good. First of all, it's pool, right? So even if you're like a average player, you still think you're a pretty good player, and that's just the way the game is set up. There's a lot of ego on the line. And I think that when we think we're good and we're not good, and then we realize that we're not good when we're playing competitively, and I'm just basing this off my own experience here from yesterday and today. To me, I'd never look at who I'm playing against, especially when it's straight up, and I don't worry about like who I'm beating. I never think like that. I just try to play my best all the time, which is what good players do. They just try to play their best. Everything else doesn't really matter. And I think when everything else starts mattering, that's when you start going into the old habits. And that's what I did there. I let the 2-game spot affect me. The way that he started playing affected me. And then instead of, just composing myself like a higher level player, resetting and being ready for the battle, I let it get to me and get to me and get to me. And eventually it cost me the match, right? It's okay. I think I learned a lot from it, but it's the flip side of the coin, man, because you can say that about the lower levels too, right? Like, how do you feel good, when you're only beating me because I have to spot you, whatever, right? And I don't know. I think that if you focus on win and loss, it's the wrong way to go. It's more about performance, and I don't feel good about my performance right now. So that's why I'm a little bit down, but I'm trying to get over it, but I'm reading the comments and it's bringing me back to square one again, and I'm just trying to get away from that mentality because it's not a good mentality to have. You should win with honor. You should lose with honor. That's just the way it is, And if you're not doing that, then it's you're hurting yourself only. Play a game for fun. It's easy to put money on the game. It's a different story. Pressure, says Darwin. Yeah, and so playing for money matches too. That's another way that you could deal with pressure. So pressure is something that that comes in different waves, right? So you can get pressure from playing against a great player that you never beat before. You can get pressure from a player putting you against the edge. He's on the hill. You got to win 4 or 5 in a row. You feel different pressure from there. You feel pressure from getting into like the A-side finals because now you're playing for a guaranteed second place payout. So then you'll feel a different kind of pressure there. You'll also feel tons of pressure when you gamble, but it depends on how much you're gambling for. If you gamble for 20s, you'll feel a little bit of pressure here and there. And that usually depends on who you're playing against. But if you're playing for like hundreds or thousands or more, then you feel like a totally different pressure. And that's what the pro level players can get. And once they play at that level, when they're playing for like 20, 30, 40 grand, they go play in a tournament against somebody that's a lower level. They don't sweat at all, man. They have no issues at all. So there's a little bit of something there behind that you have to find a way to get yourself into those pressure situations so that way your mentality will be more balanced in those situations moving forward in the future. I'm telling you right now, man, 2 of my biggest weaknesses at the moment, it's not my potting ability. I'm pretty good at potting and my knowledge is still good, but it's the focus That's the biggest part. Focus, man. And my stroke too is a little off. So that's why I want to go back to the snooker table. But focus is number one. What's up, Jared Spence? John Dillon says, hi, Rod. How do I find out my rate? I'm thinking of taking up pool again. That's awesome, man. I really, really, really appreciate you coming back, man. Anytime that we get a player that hasn't played in a while and wants to come back, I love that, man. That's what the work that I do is all about, is trying to get people to come back, to love the game again. You know, it's such a beautiful game. And I think there's not enough people that support this beautiful game. So having people that used to be around, that know the passion to come back, it's an awesome thing. And I think personally, I enjoy watching these players come back into playing. It's always nice to watch the return. Guy Smith says, it's about focus, correct? Distractions take away from focus, and that's also correct. So that's the reason why I want to get back to the snooker table, because when I'm in the zone on the snooker table, and by the way, I practice snooker on the busiest nights at Bourbon because I want the distractions all around me. If I can play solid snooker throughout all the distractions, I won't have a problem no matter what kind of pressure I'm dealing with. And that's what I'm saying. That's the key thing that's missing in my game. That's the one thing I'm going to be working on after this weekend. I'm going to go get my practice card. I'm going to be streaming a match too for snooker, a $20,000 matchup in February. And so that's why I'm going to start getting to the snooker table also, so I can get familiarized with my snooker game again. So that way my commentary will be a little bit more on point. And trust me, you can't do that unless you get out there and grind out on the table to get a good feel for the shots, so you can understand what the players are going through at the table. Smash and break here in rack number 7, but he's going to come up dry. And Jeff Edwards will get a chance to get on the board again. Darwin says, and learning to take a loss, never mind, focus. Well, and yeah, that's so. When I was playing my best, and I'm recapping on what I went through in the process when I was one of the top players back in 2018. I finished in the top of my league. I finished in 13th in Premier, which is the absolute highest level here. I was playing my best. And one of the reasons why I was playing so good is because mentally, I was very well balanced. I didn't care about winning. I didn't care about losing. I just cared about performance. And whenever I did lose, which wasn't too many times back then, I would just shake it off. It never bothered me. And I think, like, if you guys, you won't be able to go back to, I mean, you should be able to go back to watch it, but if you find any footage from me from 2018 playing in tournaments, you're going to see a lot of footage where I was down like 5-0 on a race to 6, and I came back and won 6-5, or, 4-1 on a race to 7, and I came back and won 7-4. Like, when I wasn't thinking about win-loss and not acknowledging the win and loss and just focusing on performance alone, I was playing my absolute best, man. Unstoppable. And I think that you can get that maybe through 9-foot pool, but I developed that through snooker. And so that's why I'm itching to go back to the snooker table. Like I said, I'm sick of losing, man. And I don't want to, when I lose, I don't want to be bothered by it. Right now, when I'm losing, it bothers me. And that's not a good mentality to have. You can't control what your opponents do at the table. You can't control if they get a little bit of a lucky roll either. It's part of the game, man. And the sooner you can accept that as a reality, the better you're going to become as a player, because you're going to be mentally balanced. And I know that. I don't need to preach this to myself. And I'm just telling you guys that I'm very well aware of the mentality that it takes to become a great player. I was there. I know what it's like. I know how to get back. I just have to put the time in. Oh, he's going to miss that 6 or that 14 ball. Is calling the 6 because it was green. Going to miss that 14 ball, and Daryl Smith's going to have a pretty wide open table here. Chance to get on the hill now. Yeah, you're kind of right. I don't know, Gord. Like, I came up in a no handicap era, like I said. So for me, like, handicaps just don't make sense. I don't see how handicaps make your game better. But I understand that they're a part of pool life, so I accept it for what it is. But you're right. Without lower level players playing in higher end tournaments, the limit is set up for them on how far they can grow. And when you break out of that boundary and you start playing more against bigger players, then you reduce that limit. Now you become a little bit more all around. But yeah, you can't get that without playing against higher level players. And I understand that, you know, lower level players don't want to dish out money without having an advantage, so you got to give them a spot. I get it. It just doesn't feel good when you lose to one. That's all, and that's nature of the beast, man. I think if I would have came back like, hey guys, guess what? I just lost, and I'm so happy about it. I just can't wait to lose the next time. Like, what does that say about that player, right? And you guys know that I take a lot of pride in the work that I do when it comes to streaming. So obviously, I'm going to take a lot of pride in the work that I do on the table when I'm playing. Also, it's natural that I'm going to not feel good about it, and that I might actually talk about it and complain about it. It's just going a little bit further because I'm relating all these comments, and it's kind of bringing it on and keep talking about it. But honestly, I'm over it, man. I'm out of the tournament. No big deal. $90 gone. It's okay. I'll be all right. And now at least I know, like, it's everything points back to focus. So I'll start my training. We'll see how things go. And it's going to be kind of hard for me because the only reason I train at Bourbon Street is because they're open till 4 in the morning every night. So that allows me to deal with everything, life, home, stream, and all that, and then leave around midnight to go and practice from midnight to 4 in the morning. That's how I'm going to have to train. But I don't mind. It's peaceful. It's quiet. You're allowed to get a lot of focus. And with snooker, man, you can go out there, play for an hour. You're going to end up playing for 3 no matter what. It's just a very addicting game, especially when you know how to pot and you know how to play, and it becomes a very addicting game. Yeah, I know. I'm good. I'm good, Harold. I know you're joking around, but I'm good, man. I'm not bothered by it anymore. I was kind of bothered about it earlier, but like I said, I'm over it, man. It's no big deal. I like I said, that's one of the things that changed recently is that when I lose, I get over it, right? It's just things at first because that's where I'm at right now. Mentally, I'm not balanced. But I do get over it. It's not like life or death, like, oh my God, I lost. Now I'm never going to be able to play pool again. It's not like that. And it can be like that, though. I've seen people that go pretty rage whenever they lose, and some of them will snap their cues and quit, and some of them will just snap their cues. But I'm not that kind of player, man. And I'll be okay. Like I said, it's a loss. It's not like it's the first time I lost and I'm like, oh, I'm the best player in the world. How can I lose? Like, I don't really care. It's not that big of a deal. I just didn't feel comfortable with the spot. And one of the things that bothers me about this event right now is the fact that I never got a chance to play back to back. So I never really had any momentum. Every time that I play, I had to warm up while I'm trying to play at the table because there was no times for warm up either. But they're running this event with 9 tables only, right? So they're tight for tables, man. There's really no room for anybody to have a chance to warm up. And those that are getting a chance to warm up, it's only for a few minutes. So it's not like I'm the only one going through it. Everybody's going through it. And just so you know, like, I'm not knocking the tournament. I think Junior's doing a great job of this event. He's playing in the event, running the event, dealing with all the calls. I know what it's like to be in a spot, and I think he's done pretty good for himself so far. The only thing that I would change is either like make it straight entries or staggered entries, no handicaps. But you know, that's his tournament, so I think this is the way they've always ran it every year. So it's probably just going to keep being the same way. And you know, they always say, like, if you don't like something, just don't play in it. So that's going to be my choice for next year, unless I don't end up streaming it. If I don't stream, then I'll come back and play. Because then I can just focus on my warm-ups. And if I can't get on a table here, I just go somewhere else to warm up for a few hours in between. But if I'm streaming this event, I won't play in it again. It's the same reason why I don't play on a lot of my events either. You guys always see that, like, I'll sign up for events and then I end up dropping out because I know, like, streaming, running the tournament, and playing is going to be too much. So I'd rather just not deal with it. So it's no different, like, from his tournament to my tournament. It's the same. To me, it's just a preference when it comes to streaming and playing. Looks like Diddle's going to get out here unless he scratches. Oh, man. He's going to scratch, so Jeff gets a chance here. Back against the wall, needs to win 5 straight to be able to do so, but he's got a great chance on this one right now, and that could be the beginning of something for him. Oh, Harold, you crack me up all the time, man. And I know you're just joking around, so that's all right, man. Oh, so you're talking about the sandbaggers, Ryan Holiday. Okay, I got it. So he's saying no. He's like, I'm saying people who sandbag so they can play in lesser ability tournaments. Yeah, there's a lot of those people out there too. So that's the dark side of pool. And honestly, like I don't want to sound like a broken record, man, but handicaps killed pool. I know a lot of people are like, what? Like, wait a minute, I'm a 3. No, like before handicaps, pool was like blossoming crazy. There was lots of players playing, lots of people trying to become the best because that's the only way you can win was being the best. And then the handicaps came in and just changed everything completely. And now you have all these players that take advantage of those systems so they can come ahead. And it's a little sad, but you know, they're very pro at it, a lot of these guys that are sandbaggers. Jeff's feeling a little bit down right now himself. You know, his opponent's got a chance to close out, and he had a chance to be able to get one more game in there, but that 7-ball rolling up like it did took away the opportunity. Now he missed the shot, so he's feeling a little bit kind of like I was feeling earlier. And so that's the other side of the coin too, man. Sometimes you're playing in a match where you're getting the spot and you're just not playing good, and then your opponent ends up playing better, and it kind of gets to you too, man. And especially when you get in a spot and you feel like, well, I should have had a chance, but I didn't have a chance. And this is the crazy thing about pool, man. I think that most pool players need a shrink. I don't care who you are. Like, if you're playing pool, you need a shrink somehow, man. Because there's a lot of psychological issues in this game. Confidence issues too. Darwin Watataka says, but we don't want you to become a good player. We need you on the stream on Facebook. I gotta give you a laugh on that one too, man. That was funny. Well, and that's the choice. So I have neuropathy, right? So many years ago, I had like issues on my legs. I have nerve damage, so it could put me in a spot where like I had to make a choice. It was either I can train to become a great player, and this is like right when COVID started, so 2019, 2020. I know those are dark years for a lot of people, but that's when it first kind of started for me. Daryl's going to win that match with a 7-1 score, and we're going to wait for the next match to come up because I'm sure there's another one coming up right away. There will be a break soon because they're going to have to do the redraw for the final 32, and well, then we're going to have the showdown. But yeah, so when I had neuropathy, I had to make a decision. So the way I looked at life was, all right, I can either keep playing pool and become a really great player who could maybe even push towards a pro level at some point. And honestly, in 2018, I was at that point already. Nobody can beat me. The first time that I played junior was that year, and I beat him. I beat him really good too. The first time I played against Brad White was a couple of years ago too, and I was still playing good. And same thing, you know. But at that point, I had to make a decision. Either I'm going to be a pool player or I'm going to be a streamer. And then I thought about my passion for pool, and I had to make a decision. And everything just kept pointing to, like, the job that I do is more important than me becoming a pro player. I can win titles, but that will never make a difference. I can win events, and all that's going to be is just accolades for myself. But if I do this job, and I do it good, I can make a difference. So then it was right there and then that I decided, okay, moving forward, I'm going to quit playing pool. I'm just going to focus on streams and being better at that. And that's what I did for the last few years, right? And I don't know, I guess the only reason I started playing again is because the hangar about 3 years ago came out with those diamond tables. They brought in the diamond tables, and I hadn't played on a diamond table in a long time. 2018 was the last time I played, and I lost to Derek Moore. And I can't remember the other guy's name, but he was also a top-level player from Calgary, and they slaughtered me on those tables. So when I seen those diamond tables, I fell in love, man. And I was like, okay, you know what? I got to play a little bit. So then I started shooting a couple of racks just for fun, right? No big deal. But next thing you know, I was like, okay, I'm going to play in a tournament. And then I lost. I lost 4-1 to a guy that I thought I could normally beat. And that kind of brought me out of retirement. That made me want to go out there and play and train. And it's been a process, you know. But I love the game. And I think like if it came down to sacrifices and I had to choose between pool or streaming, I know that the work that I do makes a difference. And it may not make a difference for a lot of people, but every time, like I said earlier, I hear a player say, I used to play, I want to play again, to me, that's the music that I'm looking for. That tells me that I'm doing a good job because I'm making them connect to the passion that they have to the passion that I have. And that's what it is. My entire line of work is all about the passion that I have for pool, man. I owe pool my life, and I intend to repay my debt for the rest of my life if I can. But yeah, no, don't worry. I'm not going to quit streaming. I'm just going to be more focused on bigger events. You know what I mean? I don't want to. I don't know. I want to be a player too, but honestly, like it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, man. And everybody that I lose to are guys that play like every single day, every single day. I don't. I play once every 2 weeks, once every 3 weeks, and most of the times it's going to be in a tournament. So it's, I don't know. It's different for me. I'm not training, but I will be soon. Darwin says, like Earl Strickland, LOL. He brings 6 cues to a match and leaves with 1. I've never seen him break a cue, man. Did Earl Strickland ever break a cue? I've seen him do a lot of crazy things when he's playing, but I've never seen him break a cue. I have to find some footage of that because that would be something that I've never seen. But yeah, I've watched him snap a few times, that guy. He's a funny guy. Yeah, people are always going to take advantage of the system, Gord. You're right. And I focus on Billy Thompson match. Who's he playing against? Andrew MAINZ? All right, we'll bring it up there while we're waiting. That's Andrew MAINZ at the table right now. Try to center it somewhat. That's as best as I can get. It's a crooked angle because it's so far and I'm at an angle here. But yeah, that's Billy Thompson against Andrew MAINZ. They're in a matchup. This is to get out of the bracket to get into the final 32. So it's a critical matchup for both players. Darwin says, then predator tables are tough when you don't play on them and show up at a tournament with only predator tables. Yeah, and you know, like you can't cheat the pockets, right? Like you can cheat the pocket a very little bit. It's because of the cut of the pocket, though. You can cheat the pocket roughly about 3 inches before the pocket, and you have to kill it with a kill spin. So really tough to cheat a pocket on a predator table, man. And the rails are a little bit bouncier. The speed of the cloth is faster, so it presents a lot of challenges for a player, especially a player that's not exposed to predator tables. Brent Bacon Weaven says 2006 Mosconi Cup, Earl broke his shaft into 3 pieces on the floor. Ooh, I think I remember that, man. I think I remember that now. Now that you're saying it, yeah, I think I remember him snapping that cue. Crazy, that guy. Nobody could ever understand Earl, man. He's a sweetheart, you know. He just loves the game, that's all. And he's a little sour when it comes to losing, but who isn't, like I said. I was no different than Earl Strickland a little while ago when I lost my match, right? I just didn't snap my cue, but that's only because, you know, my cues are expensive and I'm not sponsored like Earl Strickland. I wonder who sponsors them now, if anyone. I'm assuming he's still sponsored, though. Guy made a lot of money in his time, so I don't think he really needs too much sponsorship, but he's a name, he's still a brand, and I'm thinking he's probably still sponsored by a few people, a few companies. All right, and we got, it looks like another matchup coming up here. Jonathan Campo. I'm not sure who he's playing against, but he's coming to the table here, so he's going to be warming up. Or is this Mitch Malcolm? It might be Mitch Malcolm. I'm not sure. I'll have to figure that out. $5:30 already, and I haven't had anything to eat, so I think I'm going to have to go and order something to eat just so I don't starve. I was trying to, you know, keep myself somewhat balanced so that way I wasn't having any kind of issues from eating. Sometimes you eat too much, you know, you get full, and you get lazy, and you kind of get lazy on your stroke or whatever, you know. And so I didn't want to have anything to mess with my physical regime while I was playing. But now that I'm knocked out, I can eat whatever I want. So I'm gonna go eat something. I'm going to go order something anyway. All right, so it's Ryan Soliveld. All right, we're going to go back to our main table. Ryan Soliveld playing in this match. Jay Flowers sponsors Earl, says Brent. Okay. Jay Flowers has been kind of getting out there, man. They're just trying to create a brand for themselves. So they're out there like sponsoring people like crazy and they're putting out their equipment out there. I've heard good things about the Jay Flowers equipment, but I've also heard some bad things about it. So I'm not sure. I would have to try one out to feel where it's at. Dave also says, yeah, that was a good laugh when he did that. And he's still sponsored by Q-Tech. Cool. I didn't know that. Grab a cheeseburger. You deserve it, says Brent. I don't know if they have a cheeseburger. The only thing I can really eat here is like pork chops with rice or fries. And the fries I'm not really supposed to eat, but I don't know. Not supposed to have the white rice either, so I'm not sure. But that's about the only thing I can eat here. So I'm going to go do that. All right, and I got to figure out this matchup here, what the race is. It's a 7-4 race. And that is Jonathan Campbell he's playing against. Three-game spot on this one, man. This is going to be a tough match for Ryan. Jonathan can play. Now, Ryan, this is a B-side match, I believe. It would be a B-side. I got to go look at the bracket. Bracket number 3 is to get out. It's round 4 on the B-side. Oops. All right, we're going to bring the table in for this matchup. You need chalk? Like master chalk or Talum? I got Talum. All right, we're going to move into the first rack of this matchup. Ryan Soliveld to break. Smash and break. He'll get a chance to get going. Now, this is a player that doesn't train all the time either, but he's actually a really good player, and he's a gambler too, man. Like he'll play for thousands if he has a match. And yeah, we'll see how this matchup works out. So because he's got that experience, I think he's going to do well regardless of the handicap. So it's not official, but I know that a lot of you guys were asking me about whether or not I was going to be covering the Winterfest event. It doesn't look like it. I just messaged Sean or Taylor, and he says that I guess their community leadership is wanting them to utilize their own streaming people that they have. And I just said to them, listen, man, like they do a really nice job, but when it comes to pool commentary and streaming, like you should be going for somebody that knows what they're doing. But it is what it is. I mean, if I don't get that job, it's no big deal. I can always organize the Manitoba Masters for that weekend, which right now was one of the ones that I was having a tough time rescheduling. I was waiting for the tables to get redone at the hangar, which I thought they were going to be done at the beginning of January, but they haven't been done yet. It's been about 2 months that they've been waiting for those tables to get redone. And I wanted to have those good quality tables running so that way we can have the Masters. And the tables run pretty good, so we can still have it, but it just would have been nice to have the tables nice and reset for that event. So yeah, if I don't end up streaming, because he said he's going to look into sponsorship to see if, maybe can work out something for me to come out there and cover their event. But if it doesn't work out, then I'll end up scheduling the Masters event, and you guys should enjoy that one. There'll be a lot of great competition in that one also. And my Masters, Manitoba Masters, is not handicapped. Not staggered entry either, man. You just pay to play. That's all there is to it. Pay to play, straight up races, and just do your best. I believe it was race to 7, race to 5. The only reason I kept it like that, though, is because it's the Manitoba Masters. So, like, if it's a Masters, you shouldn't have any kind of handicap. I kind of figured they weren't going to hire me, though, because usually when people want to hire me, they let me know in advance. And he hadn't messaged me in a long time, so I messaged him now just because people were asking. They were asking me a lot over the last couple of days. And then he replied, so. And I can go out of my way to try to find sponsors myself so I can make it happen. But, it's, I don't know. That's like stepping on other people's toes if they're trying to get their community technicians to do their event. And the worst comes to worst, if things don't work out for them this year, then at least they'll know that they should be going with somebody that knows what they're doing when it comes to pool streams. It's not easy, man, no matter how good you are at the technical stuff. There's a lot of knowledge put into place when it comes to producing streaming for the pool event. Looks like he's got an angle here to try to get into that 11 ball, though I think if he just gets behind it, he'll have the shot to the corner. Yeah, you can see here from this angle, the 11 ball goes to the corner. Yeah, there you go. He's looking at it. So he doesn't have to play a breakout here. He can just play the shape that way. Kind of like a two-way, right? If he ends up setting up for the 12, he'll have that shot. If not, he's got the 11 ball. But if he tries to set up for the 12, he won't have the 11 ball, so he should be setting up for the 11 here. He's going to miss the shot, putting some extra juice on it. Going to get lucky on the leave, though. Didn't leave too much here for Ryan. Arwen says 3 games is huge. Oh, I'm telling you, it is for sure. What's up, Pedro? Arturo Daza Ortiz, ¿cómo estás, amigo? Says, hola, ¿cómo te fue in Vancouver? It went good. It went good. I was in Victoria, and it was a really good time. Apparently, when I left there, like a couple of days later, some crazy storm came in, and now it's like minus 21 out there, and these guys are feeling like I left the weather behind. Tanya Hoffman, how you doing? Says, I don't smoke anymore, but back when I did, I smoked a cigarette with Earl Strickland when he visited Lincoln, New England for an exhibition match against Johnny Archer. Bad Blood Challenge in 2011. Cool, man. Just to have a chance to meet him is amazing. Storm Swan says, let's go, Johnny. Brent says, I really like my Tom chalk. Yeah, I'm in love with it too, man. I think it's a great chalk. I miscued with it 3 times today though, man, and I've never miscued with it. So now what happened was that I took my cues with me on the flight, and they were sitting in the, where they usually put all the luggage. And so there's always a lot of condensation and cold in there. So when I got my bag at the airport, the first thing I did was to grab my cue out of the bag, right? I was like, I need to make sure my cues are good. And the whole case was leather, and it was like covered in moisture. So like obviously they were frozen. My chalk looked like it was a little bit wet too. I tried to put it by the heater to dry it up. But I think that once the Tom chalk gets wet, it stops working like it's supposed to. So I might have to go and try to find some more V10. There's pyro around here, but I don't care for the pyro. I don't think the pyro is as good as the V10 Tom. I own the pyro too, and the pyro's alright, but it's to me the pyro is just slightly better than the Predator chalk, where the V10 is just top notch. Dennis Baptiste says, "Let's go, Johnny." Dennis Baptiste says, "Johnny probably feels like Efren, eh?" Probably does. Tanya Hoffman says, "Earl's a funny guy. That was in Nebraska." Oh, okay. I thought it was New England. My bad. And I don't really know. Like a lot of people, like I'm from here. I'm like I don't even know where that is, man. I'm not too familiarized with abbreviations in the States. And I haven't been to the States in many years, but I just started going this year. I've gone 3 times already. Looking to go again maybe next month. I would like to go out there for some events, so that would be cool, man. That's what I need to get into is the events. All right, let's check up on YouTube, see if there's any comments. I probably missed a few up there too. Bracket 4. Daryl Bentley says, "Get a tequila and liven up." Thanks for the advice, man. I'll take it. AJ Fraser says, "Pool is a passion for sure." Yeah, I don't think anybody tries to get into pool to like make it, to like be rich or to be famous. And if that's what you're doing, then you should never do it. I myself, like the work that I do with streaming, I never try to look at myself that way. I don't think of myself like anything famous or like I'm more important than anybody else. I just see myself as a regular guy, man. But I think that's the way it would be even if I hit the lotto. The only thing that would change if I hit the lotto is that I would have better equipment for my stream. But I wouldn't change my ways. I would still have my family meals at family restaurants, and I would still, do everything the same. I might even go thrift store shopping just to keep myself a little bit more on the humble side of things. Nowadays, thrift store shopping is like a must for a lot of people, man, with the economy being the way that it is. It's not like that for everyone, though, but the majority of the people that, are struggling financially, they just don't have a choice. I've been there in those situations many years, so like I understand what it's like to be there, and I've been wealthy too. I come from a very wealthy family. We're talking like millionaires, man, but lots of wealth in my family that I never lean on. So like I was raised, good with a lot of opportunities. And yeah, like I left all that behind in South America. Came back to Canada where I was born so I can find my own path, and here I am. I think if another thing, like I'm trying to think back of how I felt today, like when I lost. I think that I put an expectation on my own by wanting to get into the top 16. I think that I should have just stayed away from that mentality. I should have just focused on playing my best and just let things happen as they were supposed to. But maybe it's because I had that goal of getting into the final 16 that it stung a little bit more to lose to somebody that I had to spot 2 games to. And I'm going to learn from it. I'm learning it from already. I'm trying to understand the process of what I went through and why I went through it. Yeah, Ryan's going to have a tough time on this matchup, man. This is one of the guys that should be at 5 too. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happened with Han Yu, but I haven't been streaming at the hangar. I was gone for 2 weekends so far. 3 weekends, including this one that I haven't been at the hangar on a Sunday. And then the Thursday tournaments, he was there the last one that I had, which was about 2 weeks ago. But it wasn't streamed. But he still plays. He's just not playing as much. And I think, like, so I talked to Hanyu a little bit about that. One of the things that he says, it gets a little boring. And I mean, and I said to him, like, yeah, the only reason it gets boring for you is because you're beating everyone, man. But, you know, as soon as you start losing to people, you're going to find that interest again. But whatever the case was, he just kind of broke free from it. He's like, you know what? He came out to play, watching the streams on Q Sports Live made him want to come out and start playing again. And I'm grateful for that because he's an amazing player to watch, man. And that's a huge compliment to my quality of work to have somebody that wants to come out of retirement based on the stream that I put out. Just gives him the itch to come back. But yeah, he's kind of like not really in a break. He's kind of out of it now. He just bought a new cue too. He had a really nice cue that he was trying to work with, but I think the diameter of the tip was like 13 mil, and it was a little different than what he was used to playing with. And another thing too is that it wasn't tapered, so the straight shaft, I think the whole way through on the shaft is 13 mil. Yeah, Ryan's in trouble in this matchup, man. See, this is why I wouldn't put handicaps in this event, because you have guys like that come in, and he's going through what I went through. Playing against the guy, spawning him 3 games, not just 2, 3 games, and the guy comes up with a 2-0 lead. Tough to get over that, man. But this is where we're going to see how the experience is of a gambler, because he's a gambling player, not a machine gambler, but a pool gambler. And he's not afraid to take on any challenge. So usually players like that, they have a good mentality. I think now what he's going to do is if he has a run out, he'll run out. But if he doesn't, he'll play smart. A couple of safeties here and there just to get the match even. Jay Frazier says trying to make a comeback as well after 10 years or so. Good for you, man. Good for you. The game needs more players coming back, honestly. A lot of times people break free from the game just because you have kids, you know, family or work, or you moved. You don't know the pool scene where you moved to. It's just kind of the way it goes. And speaking of kind of the way it goes, look at the smash and break from Ryan Soloveld. Scratches the cue ball and gives Jonathan Campo a ball in hand and a chance to get on the hill. Torture You on YouTube says, I've always used masters or whatever is on the table. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know, maybe there isn't much of a difference, but this is one thing I'm going to tell you about masters that a lot of people don't understand. However, if you're like in a novice level or intermediate level player, it won't really affect you that much, and it won't really matter to you that much. But if you're a higher end, advanced, or higher than that, well, if you're higher than that, you probably already know this, but Master Chalk is very abrasive, meaning that it's rough on the tip. And so the more you use it, the more it wears down your tip. If you have a standard tip with no layered tip, then it doesn't really matter. But if you have a layered tip, then you're slowly removing the layers as you're using it. And then so what happens is you gotta change, you know, tips a little bit faster. So if you, let's say that you're changing a tip like twice a year, with a good quality chalk, you'd only be changing a tip like maybe once a year or once every 2 years. And believe it or not, like it really, really, truly does pay off to spend the money on better chalk. Now, I wouldn't go nuts and like, because I don't know these chalks too good, but like the Kamui Roku, I think it was, I didn't really care for that one that much. It's a little too wet for a pool. I understand that the concept behind it, so that way it lathers on and then you don't have to chalk as much. But one thing that good players are used to is always chalking after every shot. So that kind of defeats the purpose, and you're just, you know, spending more money faster with that chalk. I used to use Master when I first started. I eventually switched over to Predator. From there, I went to, what's that blue one? Blue Magic or Blue something. But I tried that one too, and I found that it was just slightly better than the Predator chalk. And then from there, I went to try on the Pyro, which is slightly better than the Predator chalk too, and better than that blue one, whichever like it's called. I think it's Blue Magic or something. Blue Diamond, that's what it is, Blue Diamond. And then I went and tried the V10. When I tried the V10, like I instantly noticed a difference, man. For the amount of money that it costs for you to be able to buy one I think it's a great investment to have something that's going to be reliable that you can use. The only thing with Town, though, is that a lot of people lose it because they don't have a chalk holder for it. And when they buy the magnetic chalk holders, sometimes you'll walk by the table and clip that chalk holder off and it'll just roll on you. Another thing, too, speaking of rolling, is I've heard people that have had the chalk just on the table instead of putting it on a chalk holder or in their hands. And sometimes they'll accidentally knock the chalk off the table and then it lands on the round side of it and it'll just keep rolling and rolling and rolling through the room. So sometimes when you drop the Town chalk, you may not be able to find it. All right, so the stream has ended, which is telling me that Facebook is done. I got to go back and see here on Facebook. Oh, this may be because of a technical error that we're working on. Get fixed to try to reload the page. So I reload the page and it's not taking me anywhere. Yeah, so it looks like it just cut off. It's still on YouTube, though. For those of you that are on YouTube, you still get a chance to watch it. After this match is done, I'm going to have to stop the stream. Yeah, no, it hasn't. It was 7. No, I think it was just a Facebook thing. It's not even showing the other stream. It just cut it off completely. But I think that's because it's still streaming on YouTube. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to let this match finish here on YouTube. Then I'm going to have no choice but to stop the stream and come back. I was trying to keep it at 2 parts only, but it's going to be 3-part stream, unfortunately. Your post? Oh, I got a warning. What? It says your post goes against our terms of service. No one else can see your post. We remove posts that violate our terms of service. If you violate our terms of service again, your ability to post may be restricted on your account, may be disabled. You can disagree with the decision if you think we got it wrong. All right, so first thing I got to see is what our terms of service is. It says what you can post on Facebook depends on our terms of service. And then here it says our terms of service encourage people to connect with each other in a way that's respectful to everyone on Facebook. All right, so how was I disrespectful? I don't get it, man. Talking about tips? Is that what the problem is? And it says here that I can't stream on Facebook. Copyright, content removed. All right. Like, so how do I challenge this? That's what I want to do. So it looks like I shared something that infringes someone else's copyright. I don't get what that means. There's nothing here that I share that's anybody else's. Everything here I build on my own. Page isn't available right now when I'm trying to complain about it. I don't know what happened, but it looks like I won't be able to stream on Facebook today. I'm going to have to fight these guys about this. I don't understand what their problem is. There's nothing that I posted on here that has anything to do with anyone other than the people that are playing in the tournament or any of the work that I do on my own. So I have no idea why they did that. Very rude, though. And I'm getting fed up with Facebook, man. And it won't let me see anything, which I don't understand. All right. So how do I fight this? It was not even going to give me a chance to even fight it back. Okay, I see why. The page has some issues. American CUESPORTS has issues, so that has nothing to do with me. And it's giving me every other option except for an option to fight this. I'm very, very bothered by this. This is worse than me losing to a sandbagger. Yeah, that's the worst part. It won't even let me complain about it. They just totally screwed me. I don't get Facebook. I don't understand their issue. And I've lost track of this match now. I have no idea what the score is. No, maybe it's time to hang up the Facebook platform and just get away from it, man. Yeah, I kicked off Facebook. That's some BS, says Tanya Hoffman. I don't get it, man. I totally don't get it. Darcy Gilk says, I haven't seen this 4 miss yet. I'm telling you, man, like it's this whole setup is not right. But they're based on team performance, not on individual performance. So that's why there's a little bit of room for people to sandbag. David Wilson says Facebook shut down. Yeah, I seen that, man. I don't understand why. Torture says, this guy's a 4. How do you think I feel, man? Now you understand why I was feeling the way I felt earlier. Right? This guy is just as good as the other guy was playing, and he was a 4 too. These are the guys that people look for in these handicap events so they can come out and find the sandbaggers that will help them win. Three-1. I got the score figured out now. Tom works good in a square chalk holder. Yeah, it's not too bad. I think the one that it works best on is the Predator chalk holder because it fits perfectly. But I use a square chalk holder and it works. As long as it's not a firm square holder, if it's a little bit flexible, then you can make it work. Facebook can be a real pain. Thomas Mabbott says that 3-ball defo. Fuck them. Facebook, I don't get you. So the examples that they're giving me here, it's funny how they put this. We don't copyright. We don't allow people to share content that infringes someone else's copyright. Then it says examples: sharing content owned by someone without their permission unless a legal exception applies. Hello, it's my own content. Promoting or sharing links to content that facilitates copyright infringement. Like, how am I doing that? I'm sharing a stream. I'm the one talking. If anybody has a legal right to my voice, it's me. I don't get it, man. It says you can still infringe someone else's copyright even if you give credit to the owner. Disclaim you don't intend to infringe copyright, modify the work, or add your own material. Then at the very bottom, it says, your freedom of expression. We want you to share freely with others. We only remove things or restrict people to keep the community respectful and safe. All right, well, why don't you do something about all that porn spam that you put on in every single page? How about that? Instead of dealing with people that try to do something that are passionate about. I don't get it, man. I wish Facebook had a face. I would just punch it. I would come over right now, kick down the door and say, what's wrong with you? And then punch it in the face. Yeah, I don't get it. And it won't let me fight it. That's the worst part. It won't let me do anything to fight it. Doesn't give me the option to contest it. I'm going to go to take action. And then I go to the do it and it won't let me, man. What's up with you, Facebook? I don't get you. Yeah, and then every time I'm trying to go to fight this, it won't let me fight it, man. I don't get it. So they restricted me and they restricted CUESPORTS Live. Oh, man, this sucks. Facebook, you totally suck. Oh, and looky, Facebook needs an update. Is that why? Was it just because of an update? How stupid is your system, man? All right, I'm totally worked up now. This is worse than losing to a 4 that should be a 6. This is like losing to a 3 that should be a 7. It's out of this world, man. And I can't even do my job because I'm focusing on trying to get this back somehow. Yeah, see, so he's trying to find a way to slow down the rhythm on this table. I just want like water, man. Yeah, even just a glass of water would be okay. Yeah. Well, we'll see how good of a 4 he is here if he can find a way out on this rack. The one thing about lower level players or lower rank players is that they... Yeah, see, so I just got a message here. I'll be right back. Grant just gave me a message. I gotta call the boss, Grand Zemp. I gotta talk to him about this. I have no idea what the hell the problem is, but he might know. So I'm gonna give him a call. I'm gonna step away from the mic while I'm doing that, and I'll be right back. It's important because now, like, they didn't just stop me from streaming. They stop Q Sports Live from streaming, which is ridiculous. They don't even stream that much. Thank you. I'll be right back. And I apologize that I have to walk away, but this is important. I have to walk away. All right, I am back. I had to deal with a long conversation because we can't figure out why we got this warning. But I'm going to check out the YouTube chat right now. Can you guys tell me what the score is at the moment? I might be able to see the coin here. I don't see it from this angle. Okay, I see it right there on 3, so it's 3-3 score. That's why the coins are handy. All right, so I'm reading some of the comments here. Thomas Mabot says, Tom made their own magnetic chalk holder not long ago. I got one myself. It's really nice to use. So I have one of those ones too. They're really, really nice. I really, really like that holder. But even though the magnet is really strong, I still managed to drop my chalk a few times with the clip on it. So I'm not sure if it's as good as I thought it would be, but it gives you the idea that it's really strong because as soon as you put the end close to the magnet, it just snaps into place with a lot of power. So, but you can still lose it. Torture You says a player may have flagged you after they lost, etc. So maybe, but I don't think anybody would have been that way. What I did think is that maybe somebody out there, like a hater, undercover hater, maybe reported it as spam, which I don't see why they would, other than them just being a hater. But I don't know. I don't understand why it happened. We're trying to look into it though. NFL on TV says Mark Buckley. Thomas says the Texans are kicking Browns' asses at the moment. Saw some real nice defense touchdowns on Texas on the Texan side. David Wilson says no, it's because of update. So I'm hoping you're right. So once this event is or this match is done here, I'm going to do a full reset, everything, and see if that can maybe help. Brent Bacon says, "What an effort on the bank." Oh, I missed that one. Dave Lavrivier says, ouch, he deserved better than that. Jay Fraser says, yikes. 3-2. Is it? I thought it was 3-3, now 4-3, no? 3-3, now it's 4-3? Is it 4-3? So it's 4-3. I just asked Ryan. He's in the lead. If you slow down the game just enough, or you play good enough pool for a couple of racks, you can bring that intimidation into the lower level player. And right now, Jonathan Campos sitting on the hill for a couple of racks. You know he's going to start feeling the pressure here if Ryan can win this next rack. Yeah, I can't figure it out for the life of me. I'm going to have to look into it. Nothing I can do about it now, though, so I'll have to look into it after this match is done. All right, so Ryan Solivel at the table. Looks like the pressure is starting to build up now for Jonathan Campo, so this is where Ryan should be able to get ahead here. But at the same time, he's feeling a little bit of pressure here too, because he knows that his opponent went away from winning the match. So he's in a grind mode right now. Try to find the best safety possible here in this moment. Yeah, I don't understand anything with Facebook right now, but I don't know. Maybe it's time to break free from Facebook. Like I said, you figure that they would want to support people that try to bring people onto their platform instead of pushing people away from their platform. It's bad enough that they only have 720p quality for their stream. I don't know if you missed out or if you played the safety, but it worked out as a safety. Trying to play a safety back, but he's going to open up the table a little bit here for Ryan. He's got a shot on the 11 ball with an upward angle to go towards that 8 ball, but I think he's going to end up running into that 8 ball, so that's not the right breakout for that 10 and 15 and whatever it is that's behind it. I think it's the 14 that's behind it. Now, you could take the 9 ball here and just try to get up table, but I don't think there's a real concrete plan behind that. So he has to draw something up here, draw up a strategy. He also has a follow-through angle here on the 11 ball that will take him just below that 4 ball. That could maybe be manipulated with some right-hand spin to run into those 3 stripes and then having the 12 balls an escape shot. So he's not going to do that yet. Will he take a chance from this angle? This angle is a little bit better. Now you can draw into those 3 balls for sure from here. Oh, he just avoided the scratch. A little bit of unfortunate there because he got the balls out in the open, but he didn't really get much of a follow-up. But I think he still has that 12 ball. He obviously has a 9 ball too if he wants to take the 9 ball. But he's at the top of the table right now. He's got good control of the table. So work this out, figure it out. I think taking the 12 ball doesn't benefit you here. I think maybe a safety shot will be best. But it's tough to play a good safety here. I think you play like the attempted combo to get the 10 ball to cover the pocket in the top left corner. And then you just try to get that white ball to roll up on top of that 12. That would take away the 1 and any other opportunity that his opponent may have. Now, because he has the whole position there on top of that 12 ball, that limits how much speed he can use on this shot. So you're not really going to get that ball over the pocket, but you're going to try to get it close to the pocket. He could play the combo too with a breakout because it is available, but it's an all-in shot at that point. He's just going to use that 15 ball for the lock. That was a great shot also. I never even considered that one, but yeah, that would give him an opportunity for a ball in hand. Tough to hit the 7 ball. That's going to be a foul. Hits the 8 ball first. And so this is a basic routine of how you beat a lower level player is that they might be sharp at the table shooting, but they're not very sharp at like escaping kick shots and that kind of stuff. So you can just ride them out on some safeties until you get that good comfortable position that you're looking for the finish. That's what Ryan's done here. Torch you says he has no concept of developing position, locking up pockets, etc. I believe he's a true 4 after watching him a while now. So you're saying that he's got potting ability, but that's as far as he goes? I didn't get a chance to watch most of this match. I only got to watch the beginning where he looked really sharp at the table. But the truth is that the way I assess players is not so much on their potting ability, but their escape ability. Or when they're facing tough shots, the decisions they make on the tough shots. It's got a perfect angle here from the 14 to the 9. So I'm going to shut down my Facebook right now. I'm going to start the reset process after this match. I guess I must not have been doing that good of a job today. I only have 12 likes on YouTube and almost 90 people watching. It's either I didn't do very good or the pool is so good that it's got you guys mesmerized and you don't realize that there's a like button. All right, he's fighting back. 5-3. Needs 2 more to win the match. Jonathan Campo on the hill still. All right, moving into rack number 9 of this matchup. Ryan Sullivan to break. Take a look at his break from this angle. Nice little pop. Doesn't get a good result out of the break though. I'll have to work this one out. not much you can do there. Just have to play a smart shot.
Got a minute?
Yeah, and you need me to mute it?
Huh?
All right, resume the match. Sorry, I might have lost the score on this one. I got to take a look at the side view. I can't see where the coin is, so I'm thinking it's still behind where that 12 ball is. Yeah, so it's still on 5. It is, yeah. Just try to fit it wherever you can here. Thank you.
Do you need anything besides what I've brought you?
No, that's it. That's good enough. It should be all right. I ate on here yesterday. So. Thank you. All right, and I got to go deal with something, so I'll be right back, man. All right, I'm back. I think there was a little bit of a loss in translation situation earlier when I lost my match. I offended the player that I played against, and I wasn't trying to offend him. And then he felt like, I guess people went over there and tried talking to him, saying that, oh, I was talking bad about him, this and that. And that threw him off from his match that he played next. And then he came over here to talk to me in private, and he was telling me that he felt disrespected and that I threw him off from playing. And I never meant to do that. I was being a sore loser at the moment because I didn't win, right? I didn't play good. But it was never my intention to offend him or to throw him off his game. So I don't know if that's the way I sounded earlier when I lost, but if that's the way it sounded, I apologize. And never did I mean to insult him. And we joke around about sandbaggers all the time. So like to me, it wasn't something that was like something that was offensive. But I'm assuming that the people that related this information to him looked at it as offensive, and that's how they described it. And I don't know why anybody would go out of the way to tell a player that when they're about to play another match. All it's going to do is get stuff in their head, and it shouldn't be like that. You know, and honestly, it is what it is, man. I don't feel good about it now. And I guess that tells me that I should be careful when I lose, just to accept the loss and just be good with it. When I came back, I just felt bad. I didn't like anything about the way that I went out. The expectation of getting into the final 16 and not being met, getting knocked out in the round of 64 instead, you know, it affected me. And like I said, I'm human. I'm not perfect. I never claimed to be. I'm going to have flaws, and I'm going to feel losses like other people do too. And sometimes I might even feel a little bit bitter about it, but I don't think I felt bitter about it. I'm going to go back and watch the stream later on tonight and see if that's the way it was. But I don't think that's the way it was. I know that I mentioned the player's name, but only because I was looking at the CSR. I called him a sandbagger, but only because he beat me, and I was feeling, you know, like I had a chance. It looks like Ryan came back and won this match. Wow. 7-3. All right, so I'm going to take a look at this now. I'm going to have to stop the stream to reset for Facebook anyway. And I got to set up for the next stream. But I'm going to go back and watch this footage because that guy who's offended right now, to me, I consider a really good friend. And right now, he doesn't even want to be my friend. And I don't even know if you heard anything on the stream, but from what I remember when I was talking about it, I was just making references and joking around and saying about how they shouldn't have double handicap and how I paid more and he paid less. But I wasn't, I guess, yeah, you know what? Maybe I was kind of being disrespectful. I didn't mean to be, man. And it looks like I lost a friend over it, which sucks. It's just a game in the end, man. But when you're hurting people's feelings, it's not just a game, it's life. And that was never my intention. But we all have downfalls. You made it sound pretty. I made it sound pretty bad. Okay, sorry guys. I didn't mean to, man. I really didn't mean to. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to it because I don't know. I was just caught up in the lost moment, and I guess I was. You know, my wife said you sound like you are, right? Very depressing, and so yeah, it could have been that I was maybe going off a little bit. I don't recall me like specifically like trying to point him out though. I was just saying that, you know, I lost to a 4 who should be a 6. That's the stuff that I remember. I remember talking about. That's probably who flagged me on Facebook as well. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe that's what it was. It would make sense if that's the case. But regardless of, you know, like I don't ever intend to hurt people's feelings, and you know, when I lose, I'm human. Like I said, I'm gonna have moments where it stings. Right now, I had expectations, so that's what that was all about. But it was wrong with me, and I apologize to the player and I apologize to the viewers. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, and you're right. Like sometimes people need to have thick skin. I get it. Whoever it was, I know who it was. I'll be talking to you when I see you. But if there's anybody else, you know, that reached out to him to tell him this stuff, I don't know why you would do that, man. You know how much I love pool. You know how much I respect people, and you know that, you know, people lose and they have harsh feelings over losing. It's all natural. For you to create a world of ugliness just because it was something for you to do, I don't understand. I don't understand, but now you costing me a friendship, and now you make me feel like crap over the fact that, you know, I was just venting over a loss. you know, and like I talked about a lot of different things, and I even said there, like, I'm not talking bad about the organizer or the event. I'm not trying to really talk bad about people. Like that's not what I was doing. I was merely venting on my loss and how I felt about it. So moving forward, I guess I'll never do that again. I apologize to everyone for that again, and to the person that I offended. If you watch this later, man, just understand that it was never intentional to hurt your feelings. I was just going through a bad loss. That's all, man. And I hope one day you can see me as a friend again. Yeah, I understand that you guys are saying what you're saying, you know, but it doesn't take away from the fact that I actually hurt somebody's feelings through my own loss, and that's not right. It's okay to be affected by the loss. It's okay to have, you know, emotions of the loss, but it's not okay to drag somebody else into that and change their love for the game or their emotions going into the next match. That's not right. I pounded him, you know, I said, good luck in the next match. I walked away. That was it. I accepted that I lost. When I came over here, I talked about it. I shouldn't have done that. It's my fault. But now I got to go back and watch and see what I did. Chalk it up to a lesson learned. Yeah, but you know, like this guy's a really good guy. Honestly, this guy's a really, really good guy. And I like when I lost my money back in the day, he was the first guy to stand up for me, man. He was the first guy that said, you know what, whatever I can do, blah, blah, blah. I feel bad about it now. And I swear to God, it was no disrespect intended, man. The human side of me sometimes comes through, and I may say things that I didn't mean. You know, right now I'm having a bit of a painful moment because I'm feeling this right now. He was a good friend to me. And at the end, it was just a game. It wasn't really worth it. Dave says, sometimes when you find yourself in a hole, it's best to stop digging. Just let this go for now. Repair later. Thanks, man. Good advice. I appreciate it. Thank you, Dave. Yeah, all I can do is let it go for now, man, and just try to make up for it. But I apologize to everyone that are affected and to the streamers or the people that watch, the viewers. Hopefully you don't see me in a different light. I try to be a good guy all the time, you know, but not perfect. All right, so we have warm-ups on that table. I'm thinking that we're down to the final 32. They're going to do a redraw. This will give me a chance to maybe get something to eat, figure out what I did wrong, figure out this Facebook thing. A lot of things going on in my mind right now. Yeah, man, I wish I could undo what I did, but I honestly didn't feel like I was doing anything crazy. I was just talking about a loss, man, but I guess how it got translated and the way I sounded too, I guess. I don't know. I'll have to go back and watch. That's it for now, though, guys. I'll be back with another stream soon. Where do I go from here? Did I even have any highlights on this one? Let's see if I had a highlight. Oh, yeah, I had a highlight here. From the breakout from Ryan, how he just missed the scratch. It looked like he was out of the tournament, like he wasn't going to have a chance to be able to get back into it, but he somehow found a way through and ends up winning the match 7-3. All right, let's change the tune, man, because there's nothing I can do about the past. What's done is done, and all I can do is just try to fix the future. Save the date. Lake St. Martin First Nation community has snow drags poker derby, and I'm getting messages probably from my wife telling me, hey, it's time to shut up now. February 17th to the 18th, 2024 in Lake St. Martin First Nation. It's about 2 hours and a half north of Winnipeg on Highway 6. It's not too far. It's open to anyone from all over the country. So no matter where you're from, if you're into snow dragging and snow drags and you like racing, then you come down and check it out. $60,000 at least guaranteed into the event, plus trophies for first, second, and third. And that's got to be my wife messaging me. She always sends me back-to-back messages. So, yeah, I'm done apologizing. I'm sorry. It was what it was. And I can't undo it now, so I'll have to live with the consequences. 4-person team for this $2,000 added Lower Moet Memorial Tournament. $200 entry fee, includes green fee and donations, accepting the first 32 paid teams, and the rosters are frozen after the first match. If you want to call them to register, this is through Active Pool League. You can give them a call at 204-233-POOL or 233-7665. And Niagara as well, CCS event coming up, the 29th Annual Canadian Nationals, happening March 11th to the 16th this year at Niagara Sheraton Hotel, Ontario. $14,000 added, $70,000 estimated prize fund, and it's played on 7-foot Predator Apex tables. One more here is the Coal Lake Singles Championships, $15,000 added to this one. It's $135 entry fee per event. If you want to register for that one, you go to indigenousbilliards@gmail.com. And I got to upload some more because we have the Gorda Black Memorial that's coming up first weekend of February. It's only a couple of weeks away. We have 60-something players or 70 players, something like that on it. You might want to get into that one. It's minimum $3,000 added, but it's about $5,000 added altogether. So a nice little payday for whoever ends up coming through on that one. And okay, so if you guys want to subscribe to my YouTube channel, you can find me under Arriagada CSL Manitoba. That's how you find me, and I could definitely use your support right now. Needing to get to 1,000 subscribers, and I'm close, but not quite there. 105 away when I came in to stream today. We'll see where we're at by the end of the night. All right, so that's it. We'll do the pool wisdom. Always got to do the pool wisdom. The more you sweat in practice, the less you'll bleed in battle. Get to the tables and become the champion within. You can't do it without practice. You can't do it with dedication and effort. You got to go out there every day and try. Even the days you wake up and you're not ready to go play, those are the days where you should go and play because that's the day you're going to grow the most. When you're not feeling it and you find a way to feel it, that's when you become the champion within. And word of advice, if you lose, just take the loss. I learned that one now. I apologize again. I said I wasn't going to do it, but honestly, he's a really good friend, and I feel bad about it. All right, so we hope that you guys enjoyed the stream today. I will be back with another stream shortly. My name is Arriagada. If you guys want to add me or follow me on Facebook, you can. If you want to message me to come out to your town, you can do so, and I'll come out and cover your event. If you have an event that you have coming up and you want to get some exposure, even if you're not going to invite me to come out and cover it, you can send me the poster and the information to CSLMANITOBA@gmail.com. As you can see here, all the events that I just advertised, I'm not running any of them, and I advertise all of them for the people that send me the posters, so... That's going to be it for now. I will be back on another stream shortly. Don't forget to follow or like our Facebook page, even though it doesn't really work as good as we want it to. And then you can find the CUESPORTS Live YouTube channel, which is the main YouTube channel for the guys out in Alberta and BC. And then you find mine on my own under Arriagada/CSL Manitoba, which stands for CUESPORTS Live Manitoba. That's it for now. I'll be back with another stream as soon as I do this round of 32 redraw. And then we're going to have action all day long. Well, I guess all night long now. It's 7 o'clock here. I'll be back. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Thank you for liking and sharing the stream. I'll see you guys shortly. Cheers.